Are we good to go, Dean? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I will officially convene the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing to order. Today's Thursday, January 30th, 2025. We will go a little bit out of order in the agenda, so we're going to start with item number 4, which is the House Joint Resolution for Review. This is the nomination of Sean Coyne of East Hampton to be board of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career Systems. Good morning. Good, thanks. If you could just press that little button there, and then if you could raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, ranking members Yacarino, Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Sean Coyne, and it's really an honor to be nominated to serve on the CTEC board. I've been the Vice President of Human Resources at Electric Boat since May of 2022. One of my primary focus areas in this position is the continued development of a highly skilled trade workforce. I provide executive leadership to a team that partners with key stakeholders, including the CTECs with the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative. In 2024 alone, over 1,000 individuals went through the manufacturing pipeline programs and then started a job trade position at Electric Boat. Jobs at Electric Boat provide competitive wages, benefits and wages for the individual and their family. My team also works with the CTEC on K through 12 youth pathways. The highlight of this effort for me is our high school signing day in May of each year, where graduates who have accepted an offer of employment with EB are recognized and celebrated by the company and their families. And I should also mention that there's distinguished members from the state of Connecticut and the federal delegation that come down to acknowledge their achievement. I also have the honor of working with several other organizations that are focused on the advancement of skilled trades. I'm a member of the Governor's Workforce Council, where, among other things, I've been asked several times to facilitate discussions on sector-based training. More recently, I've been selected to be co-chair in the Sector-Based Training Committee. Our primary charter in 2025 will be to reinvigorate this committee, which has not been active for the last couple of years. I also sit on the steering committee for the Eastern Advanced Manufacturing Alliance Regional Sector Partnership, EMA Steering Committee. The steering committee has several functions. So we set EMA's strategic direction and review progress to goals. We assist in the agenda and development of our monthly EMA meetings, and we oversee the planning of activities and events. I think EB has been the beneficiary of the state's commitment to skills trade workforce programs. In the 3 years that I've been the EB Vice President of Human Resources, we've hired over 13,000 employees. This high volume hiring would not be possible without the partnerships and constant collaboration of key stakeholders, including CTEC. Through my experiences, I understand the significance of CTEC to the students. I probably should also mention that I have been on the board since the end of October. So I have had the benefit of being through 3 board meetings. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. Seeking a career trade opportunity and the various industries craving a skilled workforce. That's why I'm committed to the CTEC vision and mission, and I'm thrilled about this opportunity to serve on the board. In summary, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify before you all today. And I welcome any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. Just a couple questions from me. Can you talk a little bit about the pipeline again between CTEC and an Electric Boat? I thought it was pretty fascinating on what you guys do.
Yeah.
What's the process like?
Yeah, I would say it's more like a collaboration between us in multiple different spaces. So, the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative, which is also, we work very closely with the EWIB, so that's our workforce board down in Southeast Connecticut. So there's a partnership there where we're all working together to take individuals that have, in many circumstances, no background in welding, electrical, piping. Think of any of those kind of painting, design, those trades. And we develop a curriculum, a program in a period as short as a couple weeks or up to, I think, 10 weeks for some of our machinists. They have the basic skill set to start doing those jobs down there in Electric Boat for us. So I'd say that's probably the first space that comes to mind for me. The other one is obviously like on the youth pipeline side of the house, so again, there's CTEC is one of a number of partnerships. There's a lot of collaboration, I'm sure you all know, that goes on in this space. So like Electric Boat has a program, it's really, there are three buckets to it. The first is the elementary school bucket, where we're trying to introduce students to like the very basics of the trades. They may show them what welding is with Cheese Whiz and crackers, which is a story that maybe some of you have heard because our recently retired president, loves to talk about that. And then as you sort of progress into the middle school space, it's more project-based understanding of the trades. And then when you get into the high school space, it's more the on-hand skills training. And the one thing I forgot to mention is we have this SHIP internship program. Again, so we're getting students from the CTEC schools to come to Electric Boats for it's high school juniors. So they just finished their junior year summer internship. It's 8 weeks long. It's paid 40 hours, and they're down there in the shipyard. Last year we had about 50 students in Connecticut. When I started back in May of 2022, our first year, we only had 20. It's hard to grow a ship program like that in the summer because you have safety concerns with young students, particularly in the shipyard. And also just you have to make sure they have the right level of supervision and people that can work alongside them. So it may not feel or seem like a jump from 20 to 50. Maybe that doesn't seem significant to some people, but for us, it really is. Because when I started there, I was told, "Hey, it's going to be really hard for us to grow this." But I'm lucky I have a great team, and they've worked at it, and they've created more opportunities for high school juniors. So we're very proud of that.
That's great.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For you, you said you've been there since October, right?
Yes, end of October.
What would a successful tenure on this board look like for you?
I'd say there's probably a couple spaces that come to mind for me. Obviously it all starts with the students, right? And I had the great benefit of going to Meriden to, I think is it H.W. Wilcox? I may mess up the name a little bit. But going down there and just seeing the opportunities they have, whether it's like in the health sector or automotive repair or the electrical shop. So for me, the more like I think success is, can we get more opportunities for students in the trades? And obviously that matches up nicely with the gap that we have right now with a lot of jobs out there. Another thing for me, and this may be personal for me more than maybe others, but I felt like since the second I took on the job of HR VP at Electric Boat, and I really got great exposure to all these different wonderful opportunities, I felt I heard comments where people that pursue the path of trades are somehow not as good as those that go down the college degree path. That I don't know what it is about me, but it's something that sticks with me and it bothers me. So part of success to me, and this probably goes beyond a board position at CTEC, but I feel like we have to get better in that space. How these are great success stories. To see like a student talk to a student in Meriden like a week and a half ago and hear that they already have opportunities lined up after high school to get a good paying job, that's phenomenal.
I'm glad you said that because it leads into my next question, which is a little bit about marketing CTech.
Yeah.
To that exact point where I don't think, and it might be a little unfair because you've only been there for a few meetings, but what is CTech currently doing to market themselves for exactly what you're saying, where this is an unbelievable opportunity for kids throughout the state of Connecticut, and sometimes they do. It does seem unfair
Yeah.
with just the way it's kind of rolled out. So
Yeah, like you said, I've been there a short period of time. I mean, before I took the position, I obviously went to their website and looked at all their materials, and there's a wealth of information in there. And there's a lot of great material about, the work, like the work opportunities that are out there for kids and like how there's 30 different spaces. So it's, you know, it's out there, it's on the internet. You can always do better. I mean, I'm an employer that's looking for a lot of people, and I can be very judgy and saying, hey, geez, we could do a lot better, and it's tough because you have to I always look at it as you have to take advantages in spaces that, that don't, I hate to say it, the economics of it, right? It's very challenging. I mean, I've only been on a few board meetings, but I understand enough to see that there are some challenges there that we have to work through, right? And there's other priorities, I think, that possibly are much more important than doing like kind of a wide scale marketing effort. But I think just from what I've seen, I think there's some very strong internal resources in that group, and I'm sure they'll have the ability to leverage some of them. I've only, I had the benefit of getting to see Dr. Pritchard at her first meeting a week and a half ago, and also the interim superintendent, Freeman Burr. And I will tell you, like at the end of that meeting, like I walked away and I'm like, wow, you know, and there are things Freeman said that like were above my head because he's just a career educator. But it was like, wow, I feel like this team is in good hands for the future. It was a very impressive, like Dr. Pritchard, I know you'll talk to her in a second, just had a presence of her at the meeting. Again, where I was just like, I felt very happy and fortunate to be a board member.
that's great. And I'm
Yeah.
glad you mentioned the website because I did go on the website and there's some really good testimonials there, some YouTube videos that I think
Yeah.
would work really well on the social media aspect. That's a good thing about social media is trying to get those stories out there.
Yeah.
But because there are some incredible stories that are coming out of CTech. So
Yeah.
I'll turn it over. Congratulations on your nomination. I
Thank
think
you.
that this is a perfect fit. With that, I'll turn it over to Chairman Duff.
Thank you. And good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. Good to see you, Sunder.
You too. Thank you. And thanks again for agreeing to serve on this and for your commitment that you spoke about with my co-chair as well. I think it's important. Can you talk a little bit about the board that was reconstituted from July 1, 2022, and what that's going to mean for CTech in general, because it's really independent from the State Department of Education right now. Had not been in the past, I guess. And I'll just mention to you that, and this is not on you or our other nominee, but we've had a lot of directors and superintendents from CTech come here over the years, and it's every time it's the message is it's new, it's different, it's improved. We're getting there. We have a lot of kids who, as you mentioned, we want to make sure that they have access to jobs and they're ready to go in their career, and it just seems like we continually are either new leadership or reinventing the wheel, or it's never really at quite its potential that we think it should be. But I'm happy to be corrected on any of that if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But I just want to know, first, if you can answer the question on really my question is really just about the board.
Yeah.
And how you see that as kind of an oversight to CTech, no matter who's in leadership there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think as you kind of alluded to, I don't really have a good reference or bearing point as to like, what was going on back in 2022 or any of the things that were said. It certainly feels like, we're kind of putting together this reconstituted board, right? And it almost feels like it's a little bit of back to basics for me. Is kind of how things are starting out. But as far as the role, at least how I look at the role in the time that I've been there, I think it's, providing the advice and counsel to both the executive director and, the interim superintendent. I mean, probably the most important function of the board right now is to, work through the candidate pool that's out there to get the right superintendent, and it's nothing against Freeman Burr, but we need a permanent person. So that is high priority of the board, and they are making good progress on that based off our meeting a week and a half ago. So number one, I guess I'd say that's the first place that we add value. We need those two positions locked in place with the right people to kind of forge ahead. And then I think from there, we're reconstituting the committee a little bit. So there's an industry focused one and there's a pathway focused one, so I think part of the board function, like on the industry side, because I believe that's where I'm gonna end up sitting, is bringing more partners to the table so that the industry is basically saying, hey, here's where the demand is. That's part of it. But I also think just like, I think I got a lot of connections with some of the opportunities that I have, whether it's with EMA or the CBIA or just other folks to bring more business people, not just manufacturing. I know I'm from Electric Boat. Everybody thinks about manufacturing. I get it, but we need like others on the board. Like we need like the health sector to be very active and vocal there. So I think that's another place, Senator, where from a board perspective, get more engagement from the business community. That's probably another place that at least me specifically can help out quite a bit.
I mean, do you think in your short tenure, do you think that CTEC has potential or is at where it needs to be? And how do you view that as oversight to the leadership, the staff leadership at CTEC, so that we're ensuring that the students are being as successful as possible?
Yeah. That's a difficult one to answer for me. I don't think I've spent enough time in the space of like where all the different people are, but we're not where we need to be. That's just not how I'm wired to begin with anyway. Like I'm always looking for like, okay, what's the next thing that can be done? Because we never reach perfection. But I don't think anybody's going to say to any of you that the board's that the CTEC system, that it's where it needs to be right now. I think there's
Thank
a lot
you.
of work that will.
We just don't have a lot of time. We can't afford to lose kids,
Yeah.
and we have a lot of job openings.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So that I think, I mean, we here in this committee, we get one bite at the apple.
Yeah.
Right now,
Mhm.
like we did last year, and maybe even the year before that. I'm not sure. But and then people go on their way and do their thing, and then we read about things that aren't so great. And this is not on you because you're new.
Yeah.
This is our forum and our opportunity to say things. And so we need to make sure that once I mean, I support you. I'll support you on the floor of the Senate. But we need to make sure that once this process is done, that we're not reading about things, and that the kids are getting what they need, and they're getting everything. The taxpayer money that's being spent at the school is being done in the right way, and that folks like you who we appreciate, who are spending time on your dime to be a part of this and make sure that we have folks for Electric Boat or healthcare industry or whatever, that's being done, and that we don't read about things going forward.
Yes,
So
I
mean,
understand.
no place is perfect, but it just seems to me, based on my experience here, that we have we just constantly reinvent, and then never catch our stride. And that to me is frustrating. So
Yes.
that's not all on you. None of it's on
No,
you,
no,
actually. But
I
this again,
understand.
this is the forum
Yep.
for us as members of this committee to talk
Yes.
about that. And hopefully that goes back to CTEC.
Yes. because I was at the CBIA meeting with you, and obviously you and I know I didn't get time to talk to you. I wanted to, but at I think it was the CBIA Economic Summit, there was a panel of four representatives there. And so you went through a list of things that were frustrating to you with the CTEC. And so I did, I obviously I took notes on all of that. So those are things that are top of mind.
Anyway, thank you
Yeah.
for agreeing to serve and for your work. We appreciate it. I don't take any of this as not being appreciative of what you're doing. Just what we would like to see as legislators after this moment in time that we have, that hopefully we'll see some real changes.
Nope. I understand and I appreciate you giving me that feedback. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yakarino, followed by Representative Nuccio and Representative Linehan online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Coyne, for stepping up, volunteering. But I do agree with Senator, the good chairman, Senator Duff. We've heard this story, and it's not on you. I've been on this committee, I think 6th or 8th year, I think, and we've heard it over and over. And I personally don't think it's that complicated when it comes to, when I grew up, you had tech classes, auto mechanics, carpentry, plumbing, electrician. I learned to become a mechanic actually as a teenager.
Mhm.
And that's through working on hands-on skills. So I have a few questions and I do really appreciate you stepping up. And I think you have the right attitude, the right experience with EB. I think you're enthusiastic, but what do you see as your roadblocks going forward in the short time you've been on this board? Roadblocks. Why aren't we? So to me, it's like you go into the middle school, you teach kids, you could have interns, you could have EB go there or
Mhm.
representatives from EB, then go to EB or other companies. There seems like there's a roadblock or something, either because the kids get academic experience. I think most tech graduates get a job, 99% of them get a job within the first year.
Mhm.
And it's usually starting around $65,000 a year. So there seems like there's a divide somewhere and I don't know where it is. And so for your short time, what are do you see any roadblocks from the actual makeup of the board? State Board of Technical Education.
Huh.
If you
There's
don't
not-
have it, that's fine. It's just
Yeah,
there's
no,
something,
there's
there's a
nothing-
disconnect somewhere, I think.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is not CTEC related, but in the short time that I've been in the position, just in the larger like workforce space, and it's more not in the technical schools, but the comprehensives, where it seems like there's a lot of effort that has to go in to get in like some schools, it's great. It's just an instant connection, but other schools, it takes a lot of time and effort. But once you flip that switch, it's extraordinary. Like I don't know if I mentioned this, I did in my statement, my testimony, the high school signing day that we do. We just started that a couple years ago. It's because you see all these athletes and, they sit at a table and, everybody like says, oh, congratulations to you all. It was stolen from that kind of concept. And since we've instituted that program, the enthusiasm levels with the schools, and it's like, we're trying to work with more schools, but the enthusiasm levels has gone through the roof. So I'm sorry, I can't answer it within the framework of the CTEC. I haven't had enough runtime. Again, I understand what you're saying, but
I get it.
It's a difficult question for me to answer right now.
Just meeting you and
Yeah.
seeing your resume, I think you are the right person to step up for this job.
Thank you.
So you mentioned EB had 20 interns and up to 50 interns in New London. So that's a positive.
Correct.
What is that because EB reached out to them, reached out to the schools? I think there's a disconnect between, I just think the system let's forget that. When your board members, are there any carpenters or mechanics or electricians on the board?
Not that I'm aware of. I can honestly say I haven't gone and
Like
looked at
retired?
some of the background of board member like Gilday, or I forgot the board member from Loomis Chafee, but they are alums. They are alums, at least those
Right.
two from that. And I think there's I like how the board is constituted
Okay.
when you have people that understand the value of it. I think that is, having that is a great thing for the team, you know, yeah.
In your short, I appreciate that. In your short time there, do you feel there's enough communication between the technical schools and the public and the business community?
I'm
Or
not
the
sure.
manufacturing community, or, you know?
Yeah, I can tell you that, a couple things. So, Electric Boat has been very interested in the work of this board for a very long time. And the feedback when this opportunity came up and I went to my team and I said, what do you think about this? They were exuberant, right? So I think the collaboration that Electric Boat has with them is great.
Right.
Okay, but I certainly appreciate and understand, because I hear it all the time. It's like, well, yes, you're this entity down in Southeast Connecticut that's doing a lot of hiring. Of course, they're going to want to work with you because the opportunities are there, right? I get that perspective, and hopefully one of the things that like I can bring to the table is with the RSP, the EMA that I'm on, is try and get them steered to the extent that they're not, you know,
Right.
fully engaged with CTEC.
I only have a couple more questions.
Yeah, sure thing.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So there's a list of contractors in the state, manufacturers in the state, smaller companies like, you know, that jobbers that work for EB. I'm friends with a Banton Construction in North Haven. They work all over the state, all New England, plumbers, electricians, pipe fitters, welders. They said they have a hard time finding young men and women to work for them.
Yeah.
That know the trades. And they do go to the schools, but many times they're not welcome because either a liability issue or some sort of issue to have interns come onto their site.
Yeah.
So that's something I think we need to look at,
Hmm.
because for years, they've been around. I think Banton's been around for 40 years. They never had an issue years ago. Now they're having a harder time to find interns. And my suggestion would be, and I think I say this every time I speak to one of the members, is go to the middle schools. Have the companies actually go to the middle schools. I understand parents maybe are afraid to have their child learn how to use their hands, but that's what made our country great. And kids learning how to use their hands and learning academics. It's not on you, because I think I think, like I said earlier, I think you're going to do a terrific job,
Yeah.
especially working for your company, EB.
Yeah.
But I would hope our country would look at, you know, using your hands is tangible. It's important. And also having a brain to do other things.
Yeah.
So that's my soapbox. Back to Senator Duff's point, we've discussed this many times, and it's definitely not on you. I don't know if it's just the academic side of it or just people not looking at, you know, we're here for a reason. The kids are going to learn a trade
Mhm.
and get a proper education. And I would hope we continue to do that, do a better job as a state.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say to you is going back to, you know, that meeting of like
Sorry.
whatever it was 10 days ago, you know, with Ronky and Dr. Pritchard. I mean, there was a vibe and an energy to it, and it felt very different. The structure of how the board meetings are being done has already changed. There's a huge focus on us going to the schools for our board meetings as opposed to doing them remotely. I myself have already seen the value of that in one meeting in Meriden, right? I'm excited in March when we go to Norwich Tech. So, but I appreciate the comments. I've been trying to seek some feedback from some people down in Southeast Connecticut to get inputs from them on their experiences and what they think as I hopefully go forward as a board member.
I appreciate it.
yeah.
I think you'll do terrific, and
Yeah.
we're fortunate to have somebody like you step up and volunteer. Just go to the schools, talk to the guidance counselors, and talk to the students, have a assembly. And I think, you know, it's going to take a little time, but it'll be really the good of our workforce.
Yeah.
We could use it. Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair, both chairs, and thank you, Mr. Coyne, for stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Linehan, followed by Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since you saw me at CBIA, I'm pretty sure you know probably at least a good 75% of what I'm going to say. And I want to also take the time to agree with Chair Senator Duff. I've been in a PROPS, now this is going on my 3rd year. And every time the CTECs come before us and I bring up the same things, nothing gets done. Nothing has gotten done. I am eager to try to increase the seats at the technical schools. I am eager to try to bring trades training back to middle school and high school and all that. But under the current way that it's been run, I have absolutely zero confidence that that money is going to be well spent. I know you are pretty associated with Electric Boat, but I would like to ask you as a board member, do you have a firm understanding of the need for the trades in the state of Connecticut? For instance, what's the average age of an HVAC tech?
I don't.
It's 54 years old.
Yeah.
And you know, there's an increased need of 12 to 20% in the next 10 years for HVAC techs.
That does not surprise me, no. But
Does
that is not a space that I'm in, but I'm not surprised to hear those sorts of numbers.
So, but here's the thing, as a
Yeah.
board member, right?
Yes.
You can't just be there to represent EB.
Oh, I understand
Right,
that
like,
completely.
We have to look at the needs of this across the state here.
I
You
agree.
know, we have a high demand for the trades, whether
Yeah.
it's plumbers, electricians, HVAC techs, you know, also radiologists and everything. So while I respect the need for manufacturers in EB,
Yep.
we have a massive shortage of technicians across the board. And, you know, the next person is going to hear the same thing, you know, as I said in CBIA.
Yeah.
I had 4 nephews go through Wyndham Tech, 2 for cooking, 1 for electrical, who's now going to get, I think he should be just about done
Yeah.
with his certification through secondary schooling after the fact. But my youngest, 18 months in HVAC classes, watched Disney movies, did not have a teacher. And every time they came before me in a PROPS, I said, what are you going to do about it? What are you doing about it? Oh, we're getting teachers. Oh, we got it. It's under control. The boy graduated with virtually no technical understanding of what an HVAC tech does.
Yeah.
And he can't find a job. This is a failure of the CTEC system. So I'm a little more critical, I think, because everybody that comes before me for CTEC, if you can't tell me, here's my plan, what I'm doing, not just for manufacturing and EB, but for HVAC, for plumbing, for electricians, for radiologists, for, you know, what is the plan
Yeah.
to fix a very obviously broken system? You know, it's nice to read all of these things and everybody say, oh, you know, it looks like everybody's going to do a good job. But as Senator Duff said, that's all that people have been hearing up in the Capitol now for endless years now with CTECs. And it breaks my heart because honestly, not having more seats and not having more kids do this, it's going to hurt us very soon. I don't mean like, you know, next generation. I mean, within the next 10 years, when these average age of an HVAC tech being 54, within 10 years, they're going to be retiring if they're lucky, and there is 0 pipe fill. There's 0 coming in for them. So to me, what I want to know is, as a board member, how are you going to help right this? How are you going to help right this ship? Start getting more seats, start getting teachers, make modifications to get technicians in there to be able to train these kids and actually have kids coming out of the school that are ready to start working.
Well, I mean, I think a couple of the things I've talked about I reiterate back to you. I mean, I think, you know, getting more business involvement, making sure there's a clear demand. You know, your comments about, like, you know, and I'm hoping it's not a concern of yours, because if it is, the focus of Electric Boat in the manufacturing, I've been in the state of Connecticut now for, I think, 24, 25 years. I am not an original, right? But since I've been here, both as a lawyer, and at Electric Boat, I've, like, the places that I go, the people that I talk to, I don't just speak about Electric Boat or manufacturing. I particularly speak a lot about small businesses, and I give a lot of input about small businesses and the impacts that a lot of things have on them. So I don't have this myopic view of the
Yeah.
world.
That's
So
good to hear.
and I think that is something that I bring to the board, so hopefully that kind of puts you at ease. I completely agree with you. I'd actually go even further than you as far as where we are as a state right now. I look at COVID and I think about, you know, like, when you needed somebody, not just in HVAC, but in a lot of other trade spaces, it was very hard to find people, right? And I don't think it's changed since COVID either. It's still, it feels like, I don't have data like you have data, but anecdotally to me, it does feel like we're already in a bad spot and it's just getting worse.
I would
right?
agree with
So
you.
that does resonate with me, right? So I think what I bring to the board, where I help, right, is more with my industry experience. Like, I'm not somebody that's been, 30-year educator or anything like that, but I have the resources and the experiences from my team that, like, where we can give clear demand to the leadership of, like, hey, this is what we're seeing, right, on our end. These are, like, I can share, because I'm more fortunate than others. Like, I can share, like, hey, at EB, these are what we do in youth pipelines that nobody else does. I can share those experiences, the failures, the successes, right? I can bring those things to the table, and I'm fortunate, like with EMA, that I can have one of my experts collaborate with those small manufacturers in the state, Southeast Connecticut, to help them out. There's probably more. Those are just kind of my top of mind reactions. Again, I really did appreciate your comments at the CB. I was shocked. I didn't see that coming. I was just there to learn a lot, but yeah, so.
Like I said, I want to be CTEC's best friend, right? And
Mhm.
I am not worried about the manufacturing pipeline to EB. I just don't want us to be myopic to it.
Yep.
Right? Like you said, that's
Understood.
a concern for me. And as a board member,
Yep.
I guess what I'm asking for is, if you are confirmed in that, I don't want you to just have your thumb on the pulse. All right. I want you to stop the bleeding. You need
Yep.
to put pressure. Like, we need to be able to, the board needs to hold the superintendent accountable and the schools accountable for doing a good job, for getting more kids trained, for giving me a reason to try to find a way to double your seats in a PROPS, right? Like, that's what I want. I don't ever want another kid like my nephew to
Mhm.
graduate with 18 months of Disney movies under his belt and not HVAC training.
I understand.
So that's what I'm asking for
I
you.
can do that.
I will hold you accountable.
That's fine. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Linehan followed by Representative Haynes and Representative Quinn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, sir. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for the work that you do. We have crossed paths previously. I'm not sure if you remember, but in your position at EB, we have consistently invited you to the Manufacturer Connection Fair at the Capitol. Have you actually been to that event?
I have not.
Right. So just by way of quick background, I was elected in 2017 where I started the Student to Manufacturer Connection Fair. It's now the largest yearly event at the Capitol, where we have almost 50 manufacturers that set up every year, and we bus in over 1,000 children from across the school systems, both the technical school system and elsewhere around the state, to meet with manufacturers and do exactly what you're talking about. Get people excited about manufacturing and kind of fill that pipeline. For the first few years, we did have only high school students. We have now opened it up to middle school students. And my good colleague, Representative Yaccarino, had said, he asked you if you knew where the disconnect was. I'm going to tell you, based on the work that I've been doing now for the past 8 years on this event alone, I can tell you that the disconnect is with the parents. We have kids, you are very right. You said that the excitement in the schools is new and fresh and unparalleled the last few years, and that is true. But we seem to still have an extreme disconnect with parents about what manufacturing is, and even what the trades are. And they have this picture of minimum wage jobs and they have this picture of dirty factories, which sometimes may be part of it, but not always. And so I guess my question for you is, if you are fortunate enough to be appointed to the board, do you already have some ideas on how you believe we should go about connecting with parents in order to get their kids excited and have them allow their children to take the necessary courses in both middle school and high school?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The second that you said parents, I think both me and I think I saw some committee members also shaking their heads. So that has been something that has been discussed both, within my business, but I believe in the governor's workforce council space, and some of the sector-based training breakout groups that we've had, that we've talked about it. I'm in some ways, I guess I take a very simplistic approach to it, which is, we just have to get out there and we have to talk to the parents. I think the high school signing days, help spread the good word a little bit about that. I do think that, I don't know if this will sound, odd to some people or not, but, when there are opportunities, speaking opportunities, like when we have public events, or like if we're talking to members of the press, to hammer home the point of, like, these great things that are out there. I do think that helps, but I think at its heart, it's a grassroots effort of getting out there. And it's not just on us. It is a collaboration. It's like, my team, I guess what I'd say our primary focus area has been in the last at least 2 years is the guidance counselors, and going to them and making sure that they're educated. We do have a program at Electric Boat where we provide opportunities in the summer, for some educators to come down and kind of see what we do and understand the opportunities that we have for the youth. So maybe there's something there. I have not myself have had the opportunity to hear from the schools what they think the value of it is. So that's something I would need to follow up on.
I think far too often, though, I appreciate that you are going to guidance counselors, but
Yeah.
there's a bigger concern because their job performance is often based on what percentage of students are going to four-year universities. So in order for that to really work, we have to change things before it even gets to you. So
Yeah.
that's a whole other issue. I
Yeah.
think at this point, I do agree with you on needing to go out, kind of take it on a roadshow. I mean, legislators this year, for the manufacturing fair, we are providing ways for legislators to go out in their district and go into schools. But the problem is that we need to get them so early, because even with these high school signing days, you need to stoke that fire well before high school. We need to make the connection about what manufacturing is or what the trades are and connect it. I go in and I talk about the fact that if you want to enter the trades, you should probably also take business courses, because so many tradesmen wind up owning their own business. And people find that to be very successful. I think that we are somehow not having the full conversation. And I would like to see this board be more focused on the full conversation that begins early on in elementary school even, and carries it all the way through. And that includes working with the Department of Labor and Todd Birch for our apprenticeship programs. Although I actually think he may have retired. I have to
No.
double check that, but for years he's been screaming about that. So all of this needs to work together. And as someone who comes from EB and has utilized all those programs, my hope is that you will get on this board and scream it at the top of your lungs in order to get people to move
Yep.
better, faster, harder, and earlier.
No, thank you for that. And I really I like the point that you made in there about there's some other things going on in this space as far as like kind of how we look at things with the 4-year students versus the technical path. Because I'm on another group where I've worked with Kate Diaz from the CEA, and I know this is we've talked many times. She and I are very aligned on some ideas on maybe how to change this, but I think maybe some of you all are already in that space. But I really appreciate that, because that's another thing I feel very strongly about.
That's great. Thank you. I'll just wrap up. I want to thank the chairs for their indulgence here. Just finally, I do hope that the board gets more involved with the Student to Manufacturer Connection Fair. We have unfortunately felt a bit of apathy surrounding the technical system and getting their kids to the event. I am not sure why that is, because the kids always have a great time and actually walk out with job offers. So it's a huge event and it's fantastic. And I think that if we all work together, it can be something that can support not only large and small businesses, but we've been really instrumental in finding kids who want to go into jobs, even in just Aerospace Alley, not just the big manufacturers such as EB. So, if I'm open to anything that we can do to help the board in their mission and have a reciprocal relationship for the event and ultimately get more kids involved in the trades and in manufacturing. So thank you very much for your time and good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haynes.
Hello, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. And I have to say, this is my first day. I'm just recently appointed to this committee, and it's very nice that I get to talk about higher ed, because that's where I came from, is higher ed and workforce development. So I'm very well versed in this, and I appreciate, you stepping up and wanting to do this work. I will tell you, I agree with you. There's no limit to better, and there's no limit to better. So it's only going to get better. And I think with your enthusiasm, you can help that move along. I also do believe even in the short years, I was on the higher ed committee for 4 years. And I think over the course of those 4 years, the interest in trades and the momentum to get more kids in trades is coming. So I think it is coming. I don't see it as a negative as much as I did before. And some of that is because on higher ed, we talk a lot about tuition and a lot about the debt that kids get into and how debt is not of interest to anybody anymore, which I appreciate. And there are some that choose to still go that route. But there are plenty others that have determined that I would rather, learn to work and work to earn. And some of them are earning, very nice salaries already, and they haven't been in the trades very long. I also agree with my colleague here in regards to, when you do have a technical school out there, they only have a certain amount of time in that seat, and it needs to be effective. And, I appreciate that, we're calling the board to task to make sure that that happens. But also to what my other colleague said about roadblocks, is one of the roadblocks teachers and finding qualified teachers to teach in these technical schools?
So I haven't had the opportunity to delve into that space. I mean, I certainly can just talk in general about instructors in the particular trades. I mean, I know it's a space that is always difficult for us. We do have the benefit of some retirees or people that are doing more part-time work, but it does feel like it's tough.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the closest data point that I have, Representative.
okay.
And I would not be surprised. I mean,
Well, if we're watching videos, obviously somebody wasn't in front of the classroom at that time doing
Yeah.
that. So,
Yeah.
I'm concerned about that. But I think that
Yeah.
some of what we can look at in the pipeline is that if there are tradesmen and women, they could certainly be helping in increasing that pipeline
Yep.
by teaching
I
to
think at
these kids.
Grasso,
So,
I think at Grasso Tech, they do have some EB first shift employees, so they get
Okay,
out at
great.
2:30 and then they'll come back, they'll go over just because proximity wise, it's very close. But I think I've heard the Grasso folks say that they've they've got, it's a handful, I
Okay.
believe, but there is some of that going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just lastly, just a quick comment and then I'll move on because there's a lot of people here. The idea of you reaching out and going to other companies and all that, there's the Connecticut Building Trades Council, there's all kinds of unions out there with the tradespeople when we talk about our HVAC and our electricians and our carpenters and all of them. So those are groups that certainly are well worth partnering as well. And getting, again, young people and new adult learners
Yep.
into a field where, clearly we are going to have a deficit of people and people doing those jobs. Even right now, I can't find anybody to come in and do something in the house. So
Yeah.
we need them desperately. So I appreciate any work and any enthusiasm you bring to that board. We appreciate very much.
Listen, I couldn't agree with you more, particularly like I've been doing work with the CBIA Foundation. And I was talking, we have over 7,000 union employees at Electric Boat,
Yeah.
and it's primarily 3 leaders of those groups. And when I was doing my CBIA Foundation work, guess who I was testing some of my material off of?
Okay.
I was talking with them.
Right.
We don't agree on everything, but at the end of the day, we agree on what matters most. So I get it. I agree with you.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here today and
problem.
congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Coyne, for being here and your willingness to serve in this position. I had a nice conversation yesterday with Dr. Pritchard, and quite frankly, I think you're answering most of the questions that she was probably going to get. So that's probably good for her, and don't ever ask to go first again. But in
Well
all,
taken.
yeah, but in all seriousness, I'm from Meriden. Wilcox is a very important part of our community. My grandfather graduated from there in 1935, began as a tool and die maker at International Silver, and when he retired in the early 70s, he was a vice president, was traveling all over for the company. So there are absolutely great paths from having a technical education. And my niece graduated in 2023 and she's pursuing nursing. And I myself went to the VOAG program at Lyman Hall. And I just have a high value for these types of programs. But I think that part of the problem of what you're running into with teachers is probably a combination of the salaries compared to what they could make in the private sector doing the skill that they're going to be able to teach, and then just a general lack of people with the skills necessary to teach those types of classes. And I'm gathering, that probably may have been a factor in what happened with Representative Nuccio's nephew. So in the short time that you've been on, we've certainly been offering our opinions to you about what we think should be done, but what do you think we should do? I mean, there's certainly nothing that a few $100 million wouldn't solve, but, in all seriousness, what policies and changes legislatively should we be looking to make that would help foster and grow the CTEC system?
Wow. That's a tough one. I'm not sure I'm at this juncture really able to answer it. I think that the quick thing that comes to mind just based off of my experience here, and I like hearing, I think I like what I hear, which is, even with Representative Nuccio, there's a lot of frustration there. And, but we all, and it's not just the board, it's not just the executive team or the chief of staff. Everybody has a passion for this, right? And we gotta move forward with this new leadership team, give them all the tools that they need. I understand to some extent the fiscal restraints that exist and money's not always the answer to everything, right? But I do think that those frustrations, I get it. It's good for a board member. I'm sure it will be good for Dr. Pritchard after to hear those things. But we're all on the same team. We all have the same mission here. And I hope we will give both, hopefully our next executive director and our superintendent that full support to go implement what they think their vision is. You know, obviously I've had the benefit of at least one meeting with Dr. Pritchard. And there's, the thing that I should mention also, is when I was sharing with some people that Dr. Pritchard initially was going to be the interim, just the interim executive director. It was shocking to me how many people unsolicited came up to me and said how excited they were. I worked EWIB. I've worked with her for a long, you couldn't, Sean, I know you don't know her. You couldn't ask for a better person. I got folks on my team that have run time with her. I can't even tell you where. But my leader that runs the group said to me, Sean, this is a good one for this team. So I think we got to rally behind them. You know, there will be difficult, frank conversations as there are in any space. And you know, that's just the quick thing that comes to mind to me, Representative.
Okay.
All right.
And then my last question is on student recruitment. I know when I was in middle school a couple of years ago, it was 8th grade in the fall that Wilcox came in and did a presentation. Lyman Hall came in and did a presentation. Should we be starting earlier with these kids? I mean, I remember thinking when I was in 8th grade, you know, do I really know what I'm doing in making this decision? But on the other hand, while it certainly didn't seem like time was flying at that point, when you look back at it, I mean, 4 years in high school just goes by in a blink. And I worry that we're missing out on some kids because maybe they haven't had enough time to think about it.
Yep.
And the capacity to make that sort of decision.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Right? I mean, just the exposure that I've had within my time at Electric Boat, you know, and I mean, we collaborate with the Navy on this stuff, you know, and we spend a lot of time talking about focusing, you know, I wish we could throw more resources at it. But creating that enthusiasm, the exposure to it, to let them know that there's a just as good a pathway for them. You can't over communicate that enough.
No,
Right.
no, you certainly can't. And you don't come out of it with, you know, over $100,000 in education debt either, like I did going the
I'm well aware
route
of that concept.
route that I went.
I know.
But again, thank you very much. I appreciate your enthusiasm and I know you're going to do a great job on this board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, first of all. Obviously, this is a concern for a lot of us. First, let me congratulate you on being part of Electric Boat. I'm a Navy veteran, and I understand. I did communications with submarines. I know submariners who are a little crazy. And happily, I could never be a submariner. I'm way too tall, but it's
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't fit. And I represent Danbury, which of course has Henry Abbott Technical School, also has a satellite office of Naugatuck Valley Community College and has Western Connecticut State University. And the more things progress, I'm happy to say, the more skills and knowledge are being made available to students to go into jobs, and not just jobs, to careers, which I think is an important differentiation, that will be successful, which will be helpful, which will be satisfying, and the amount of work you, the board, and working with us can do to move along the idea that this kind of training and this kind of education is a good thing. You don't have to go to a 4-year college so you can, fly a desk. Hands-on work is just, it's just a very good thing to be able to do because I go to Henry Abbott, which was named so it could get the acronym HATS because Danbury made hats. We don't do that anymore, but still, it leads into my point. We're very responsible. Henry Abbott is very responsive to the local job market, to the career market. And I think that's one of the strengths of the entire system. Now, I get invited every spring to visit the electrical people. There is actually, they have Henry Abbott has a board of advisors, electricians, who help them out and work on the curriculum. And I'm happy to say every one of those students, when they graduate, has a job waiting for them. The electricians in the Danbury labor market certainly are eager to have them. I've talked to a number of them, the employers. These kids are coming out with stuff, having learned all stuff I have never heard of before, and I want them to come to work for me. Similarly, because my other favorite discipline is the culinary school. Stop by sometime for lunch. These kids are just incredible cooks and potential chefs. And
I asked the Wilcox students because they have the culinary and there were a lot of thumbs up when I was asking the students about that.
Absolutely. And the point I'm trying to make is these aren't jobs that can be moved to India or China or, somewhere else in the world. These are all jobs where there is money to be made right here in Connecticut. And most of the graduates, certainly of Henry Abbott, don't go anywhere else. And both Henry Abbott and Naugatuck Valley and Western all keep very much attuned to the local career market. For example, all three have curricula dealing with healthcare. And that's a big issue. My mother was a registered nurse her entire life, and
Same thing.
trying to get men and women into nursing is another one of these challenges that we have because they're very stressful. They're underpaid. They're understaffed. I've got Danbury Hospital who happily collaborates with all three of these schools, but still it needs to be more. So I share some of my colleagues' concerns about dealing with parents who think, yeah, you need to fly a desk and wear, business clothing and not work with your hands. And they go, oh, we want them to work with a computer. I'm going, my auto mechanic needs to know how to deal with a computer. And I especially like the point, not only should you be taught about the skills and the knowledge you need for your profession, but you need to know how to run a business, because it's absolutely true. My plumber runs his own business. My electrician runs his own business. And getting your help to work with us to push and invite more grammar school, even high school students into the system, I think is a big help. Manufacturing in my neck of the woods, and we do parts for electric boat. They won't tell me which companies actually do that because it's classified, but I know what goes into a submarine. Getting the manufacturing in my neck of the woods is clean. You're not dealing with oily, dirty machines. You're not dealing with a lot of noise. You're often you're dealing with medical supplies. You're often in clean rooms. So I don't think enough parents, let alone students, know enough about these opportunities. And I'm hoping that you can help us share this opportunity.
Yeah, and I like, going back to a question from before about like, what else can you all do to help us out? I think, and it sounds like you're doing it, like getting out there and telling your people in your districts about all these great opportunities, and they're just as good as any other job. So, thanks.
It's our job too, getting the word out, and I understand, and I thank
Yeah.
him. Congratulations again, and lots of luck and on this job. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Let me just check Zoom. I don't see any hands up, but before you go, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you being here with us today. And moving right along, we're going to go back up on the agenda to item number 3, which is a House resolution for review. This is the appointment of Dr. Alice Pritchard of Bolton to be the Executive Director for the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. Good morning.
Good morning. I left the button on. I'm good.
If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Chairman Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, and Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee for this opportunity to appear before you. My name is Dr. Alice Pritchard, and I'm honored to have been nominated as the Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career Center, or CTEX. This role represents an exciting opportunity to bring my experience in government, education, workforce development, and the nonprofit sector to bear in advancing the mission of CTEX. You have my written testimony, so I won't read it to you, but I would like to highlight a little bit about how my experience has led me to today. Throughout my career, I have worked to strengthen systems to prepare people for success in their personal and professional lives. In my most recent role at Department of Administrative Services, I was responsible for growing and supporting Connecticut's public workforce. I worked with state agencies to identify their workforce needs and collaborated with partners to align programs with public sector demands. Prior to that, I was the Chief of Staff and Chief Strategy Officer for the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. And in this role, I worked to advance strategic initiatives that supported student success across our system. I served as the primary point of contact for internal and external stakeholders, collaborated closely with the campus leadership, managed strategic alliances, and oversaw government relations, communications, and board affairs. Earlier in my career, I spent 2 decades at what was called the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, now is called She Leads Justice, 15 of those as the executive director. And in that role, I did all things that an executive director does, from bottle washing to fundraising to strategic planning and program oversight. So these experiences have prepared me for the role of executive director at CTEX, where I'm tasked with overseeing operations, administration, and finances, and to ensure the effective functioning of our systems, schools, and programs. With over 11,000 high school and 3,000 adult students, I believe we have a responsibility to ensure that our system is providing the strongest technical education possible. And as a state agency, we have a responsibility to do so efficiently and effectively. I strive to be collaborative, transparent, and humble in my approach. And I know that I have a lot to bring to this role, but I have a lot to learn. As you can tell from my resume and my testimony, I've done a little bit of everything, and this is really a nice opportunity for me to bring all of those things together on behalf of CTEX. Thank you for your time and consideration. I won't go through any other details. I'm happy to answer your questions and just tell you that I'm very eager to serve in this capacity and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how long have you served in the interim role?
I have effectively since, I believe, November 27th.
Oh,
This
well,
year.
this
So
past year.
about 2 months.
Okay.
So about 2 months in.
So in those 2 months, what are some of the things you've seen as challenges or opportunities for CTEC?
Well, I think we're going to talk a lot about challenges, and we should, but I want to say to start though, that this is a strong system with dedicated personnel who are teaching our students, who are providing them with
all the supports that they can possibly bear. And we have really amazing students. So I have had the opportunity over the last 2 months to visit many of our schools. I still have a long way to go because there are a lot of them. But what I can tell you, I'm thrilled I haven't seen anybody watching a Disney movie. I have seen really talented kids who can tell me what they're doing, that are in their carpentry shops or their automotive shops or in the healthcare or hairdressing, who are doing really good work. Now, maybe they know I'm coming. And so that may be part of it too. But I can tell you that this is a really strong foundation from which we can build. I do think there are challenges. I do want to, you had so many questions you already asked. I'll just try to talk about some of them at the same time. So one of the things you all were talking about was recruitment and the need for recruitment. I can tell you, we just closed our application process for ninth graders on January 15th. We had 6,000 applicants for 14 of our schools. 3 of our schools are part of the Hartford-based lottery of the RESCO system. We had 6,000 students apply to be at our school. We have less than 3,000 spots for them. We don't have a recruitment challenge in the way that you all were talking about, probably the way in which it experiences at the LEA level. Where we have some work we could do potentially is on retention. We do start to lose kids every grade, as I'm sure every high school does. But we have a lot of interest. We have parents fighting to get their kids into our schools. We're going to take so many emails and calls over the next few weeks from frustrated parents that their kid didn't get into our schools. So we're in a really different place than I think some of the other schools in our state are. So we can't double in size, probably, but I think we can, continue to make sure that the word is getting out, and we do. And you had asked about marketing and some of that stuff. So I think it's working. I think what we've got to do is make sure that we're giving good kids a really strong experience and they stay and they graduate, because that's really the path to their future. I will say Senator Duff talked about the frustration of kind of talking about this is refreshing on a regular basis. This is a very old system, as Representative Quinn said. He's got a graduate from the 30s in his family. But it is also a new agency in that it is only 2 years out from underneath the State Department of Ed. And I think some things went well in that transition, and I think there's some things that still need shoring up. And that's the work that I feel like I've been asked to do as I've come in on behalf of the governor's office. So it is a really unique system in that it is a school district and it is a state agency. Nobody else has that distinction, that set of opportunities and that set of particular challenges. And that's some of what we're working through. And I think some of what has hampered success is really on the state agency side and understanding how we fit within many other state agencies, how we report to the governor directly. They did not report to the governor directly before, and to the legislature directly. So, I think it is new. And I'm sorry that you're frustrated. I appreciate that you're frustrated, but I'm hoping that that will lessen over time as well. I do think student success is a challenge. We do, like every other school system, have chronic absenteeism. We do have kids who are failing courses. We've got to turn our attention to those things. I think that that's about having the right resources for them, making sure that they have the right classroom experiences. And so we still got obviously work we can do there. But in the school visits that I've had so far, I hear repeatedly that kids already know where they're going to work in their junior years. So if companies want to come talk to them, they got to come to talk to them in their sophomore years. So I think we've got at the local level really good pipelines out to employers. I'll just do a couple other challenges real quick. I think communication is one of them, externally and internally. And that's something that we're starting to work on. I think it's hard to communicate across a system of 20 locations and all that stuff, but I do think we can improve there. And that's been one of the transparency challenges that the system has had. And I also think that externally, part of marketing is also just sharing the good story. And we don't put a lot of money into marketing. When you don't have many resources, you don't get to put them there. But we've been making use of earned media. Then radio stations and TV stations are really good about profiling our students and our work. And so we're putting that out to parents as well. So there's a lot. And then, operational effectiveness and budgeting are challenges that I'm sure we'll talk more about in appropriations process as well. So I'll stop there and let you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Given the large amount of students that we're essentially turning away, is there a plan moving forward on expansion for CTEC? And is there anything this legislature should be doing to help provide that specific support for you and the board for a potential expansion? Because turning away 3,000 students is just completely unfair. So is there currently a plan, or are you working with the board for further expansion?
There is not currently a plan. I think we should be very strategic about that. I think at the moment, I've been focused on kind of getting the house in order and stabilized so that we can then start to look at where can we grow, where can we expand. I don't think we need to wholesale expand. I think we need to have some strategic conversations about where do we have industry demand. For instance, I heard at almost all of the 6 schools that I visited in the last 2 weeks that they could do more in plumbing. As just one example. So there are trade areas where they think they could be expanding. There are also trade areas where we need to take a hard look and figure out whether it is meeting industry needs or students' interest. And so I think, charging us with that plan about, the kind of expansion you'd like to see would be wonderful, would give us some direction in terms of looking at those things. I also think we have an opportunity. We have 3,000 adult students in our programs as well, who are doing our night programs. That's an area where we could certainly look for growth as well. There's lots of individuals who haven't had the opportunity in high school to join our system that could join our system as adults. So I think those kinds of things, I think strategic partnerships are an area where we know we could do more work as well. But I want to make sure to call out the fact that there are business and industry partnerships, program advisory committees, as Representative Godfrey said, at each one of these sites. They meet multiple times a year with those trades. I think the local relationship is very sound, and the trade area folks that I have talked to feel like they have good connections. We have more than 1,300 businesses who are engaging our students in work-based learning. That's a good foundation from which we can grow. I think it's the seeing that across the state, understanding how that's playing out across industries is something that we maybe haven't focused enough on. So, again, if the legislature is interested in talking with us more about expansion, then I think, giving us the opportunity to do some planning, talking with business and industry. There will be physical plant issues there. We thankfully have a lot of great buildings. We have some that are ready to be renovated, and that comes in the future. But, there will be some challenges, I think, around physical space and other things, and we'll have to think about what we can do. One more thing, though, I do think expansion can also engage other partners. So whether it's cohabitating at a Connecticut State Community College site or business and industry site, I think there may be other opportunities too for some of the physical plant issues. So I don't want it to sound like I think we need 17 additional buildings in order to do that.
Appreciate that. And I think one of my colleagues asked this question before to the last nominee, but staff, is there a staffing shortage of faculty? Where's CTEC on that?
So I'm pleased to say, since maybe the last time you all heard from leadership, we would qualify ourselves as fully staffed at the moment. There was a lot of hiring of teachers before the start of this year, and a lot of good retention of those. That does not mean we still don't have pain points. So in the 2 months that I've been here, we have a school that's had a difficult time finding a chemistry teacher. So it's not always the trades. Those have difficulty doing that. And that we scramble. We try very hard to figure out how to find somebody to put in that seat, whether we can move them from another school to cover. And so that's a daily activity almost at CTEX, that we're trying to make sure we've got the right people in the right classrooms. We can do that when we're fully staffed. We can then pay attention to those pain points. When you're understaffed and struggling to find people just to get in the classroom, then you can't deal with these kind of one-off challenges. But I think we will always struggle to find instructors, but we are doing a good job. We have found folks. Again, we've got to make sure we've got a culture that they want to stay and grow in, and talent management is one of the goals that was outlined by the last board and the last administration. So, I think we're in a pretty good place there. But we can always, can always use more help, that's for sure.
I appreciate that. I might have another question, but in the interest of time and knowing my colleagues have a lot of questions, I'm gonna
I'm ready.
I'm gonna move
Ready to
on
listen to.
and Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Good afternoon and congratulations on your nomination. I hear all great things.
Thank you.
And I know that if seems to be if there's one person who can kind of straighten this out, you can. I am sorry I missed your testimony. I had to step out for a little bit of time. But I guess I just want to go back to some of the same stuff that was asked before of, it seems like this has been there. Here we are again. What are we doing? And again, you don't want to ever take it out on somebody who's not been there and who's actually here to fix things and
That's okay.
and who comes with a lot of great credentials to say, yes, you can do that. But what do you see is really kind of the first order of business, I guess? Maybe you've been doing it and what do we do to kind of get this back on track? Because there's, as I think a lot of the committee members said, there's just no time left.
Well, I will say the governor's office was pretty clear when they brought me in, and they also, we brought in interim superintendent Freeman Burr, that we needed to get a handle on what was going on. So we're doing a host of assessments now. That does take time. But both interim superintendent Burr and I are visiting all of the schools. He's looking at the academic areas, trying to find out where some of the persistent student success issues may be happening, possibly where we're having some instructor issues in terms of hiring. And then I'm also looking at, what are we doing in terms of our budget, in terms of our facilities, in terms of our business and industry partnerships, as an example. But we're also bringing in some outsiders to help. We have a consulting firm who's going to look at how successfully we have moved our processes and procedures from what was under State Department of Ed to what we're doing autonomously. And I think that work's going to be really helpful. They're going to look at HR and finance and procurement and some of those basic operational issues to make sure that we're doing our work well. We are, just trying to get a handle on some of the challenges that are out there, while also, continuing to move forward. I think that part of this is also about building relationships with the principals of these schools and making sure that they're leading the work day to day. And I have every confidence that they are. They just needed a little bit of leadership and direction. So I feel like I know it's frustrating but I think we are stabilizing, and that's the first thing we've got to do. And so that's where the focus has been.
Do you feel CTEC is a inclusive environment for all students?
I think it has, I think that's its goal. I think that's what it's striving for. I'm not sure it always hits the mark for an individual student or possibly even groups of students. I think that's something that we have to look at. But I see, again, I told this story, and Senator Hartley and I met last week. When I first came to the state of Connecticut as a grad student at UConn, I did research on the tech schools. So late 80s, early 90s. And there were very few girls in non-traditional shops. They were in hairdressing, they were in the CNA training programs. And I have to say, I'm thrilled to see as many girls as I'm seeing in all the shops as I go through them. And in some of the traditionally male shops, they are now the traditionally higher percentage of students. So I see a lot of progress there. I see a lot of minority students, which is great. We do have, and I know there's committees and others that are talking about the special education situations that we found ourselves in. We have almost 2,000 special education students in our system. I think what we need to do is make sure we're serving all of them well. We have English language learners we need to make sure we're serving well. So I think we have, the students are here. They have gotten to us, and I think it's now really our responsibility to figure out how to serve them better
Right.
than they may have been served.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. Is there any update or any information, and maybe you gave it while I was out of the room, on the special ed? If there has been an investigation, if they're still ongoing, or any information about that?
Yes, the State Department of Ed did launch an investigation, and we are working with them. Probably all I could say at this particular moment, but we're happy for the review. I think we know that there are areas where we need to improve. We've been doing a lot of this work very quickly to try to respond to the growing number of students. And it's a good time for us to stop and reflect and figure out what we're not doing well, or what we have not done enough of. But those, those students are there, and our staff are trying really hard to meet their needs. But I'm not sure we've, again, hit that mark yet for all kids.
Okay, thank you. And, maybe next year we'll come back and ask for an update,
Absolutely.
not a new person, but an update, because that's what we want. We just want to get an update and know that things are moving in the right direction. And I think that would be under the committee's purview to do that if we wanted to, but, and even have conversations as well.
Anytime, happy to talk about it. I also would encourage, Representative Godfrey was talking about how often he goes to Abbott. You don't have to go that often, but I really do encourage you to go to the schools. I think you just see them so differently, and how different they are from the other schools. And if I can be helpful in arranging those, I'd be happy to have you go along and
Right.
meet people.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yakarino, followed by Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Pritchard.
Thank you.
You have an extensive resume in CSCU, Chief of Staff, DAS. With that, your experience at DAS and building, and what do you feel the strongest point you're going to bring besides your Chief of Staff role, bringing to the State Board of the CTEC?
Well, the opportunity to work at DAS was unexpected and wonderful. I came in as the state agencies were coming off of the tsunami and had seen a lot of people leave, and they didn't have a lot of pipelines in place with higher education or workforce boards or others. And so I had the opportunity to first hear from about 30 executive branch agencies about what their hiring needs were. And then also to have an opportunity to go out and talk with, I met with every institution of higher education in our state, public and private, met with the workforce boards and others to see how we could create connections. So I'll just give you one example, and I'm excited to say that that's already carrying over into the work. But one of the things, you may know that the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection is desperate for folks to work in a whole range of areas. I helped make connections for their staff to higher education institutions who are focused on criminal justice, and watch them, bring students into the, Middletown office to talk about all the different stuff that they do there. They're also doing that now with tech schools. So one of the very first things I got to do was visit a ribbon cutting at Vinyl Tech for an emergency operations center that is operated actually by students at Vinyl Tech in collaboration with DESP. So I'm excited about the state agency partnerships that might be able to come along with me. Have already had conversations with Department of Public Health and Department of Developmental Services about their interest in attracting tech students to their institutions as well, to their agencies. So I think we forget that the state is an employer, and it was nice to have a year and a half to do that work to really push the state as an employer and make connections, and excited that the tech schools will do some of that same work.
Thank you. So you must know about Southern Connecticut State University, the materials and manufacturing program
Yes.
they've had for years. I visited probably 10 years in a row. I didn't last year, but prior to that, 10 years in a row, you know about that.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
great program that I don't think it's utilized enough in the state CTEC.
Absolutely. And not to that example, but to Southern's example, when I was visiting one of the schools the other day, they were talking about wanting to do more simulation for their health tech students. And I said, have you partnered with Southern? They've got an amazing facility. And so I think we need to do more of that, not create our own, but use the resources that have been invested in.
They've
Yeah.
done a great job, and they've also done a great job. You had mentioned earlier, and I appreciate it, the evening schools, night schools for either just kids that didn't do well in high school or graduated or didn't even graduate, but they'll go there in the evening, learn cooking,
Yep.
what's Representative Nuccio mentioned, like X-ray techs or different techs. Obviously all the other trades, but it gives kids hope. And former speaker and I went there years ago, and Representative Walker, and we spent hours there, and we ended up eating with everybody. And it was just a really great evening because you could see how kids are getting hope, but they're also learning something at the end of the day, young men and women, or even some high school students. So I hope, we always talk about hope, but you need to, you mentioned the academic part, you mentioned all the teachers. We have to look at the students. Like, what's best for the students. And it's obviously, I think you know this is a strong education, but also academic and, like I said earlier, hands-on, mechanical, tech, anything you want to think of, but something that's useful for, productive for them. Representative Concepcion mentioned about how many students, you mentioned to him rather, how many students were turned away. But then you had also mentioned kids that didn't finish the program, the 4 years. Do you have a waiting list for the kids that did not get accepted to get in fairly quickly?
We do have, and I'd be happy to get you more information. I'll tell you what I've learned in the 2 months. We bring in a good batch, of 9th graders every year. We do have some opportunity to backfill some 10th graders, as well. But once they've gone further into the trade program, they can't catch up.
Okay.
And so that's one of the challenges. But I did want to mention that we have an interesting project that we're hoping to expand as well in Meriden with Wilcox, that we have Meriden Public School students coming over in the afternoons to try out 4 trades, so that those who didn't get into our schools can again, try out, get certificates, and get some trade education as well. So I think we need to think about some of those opportunities where we can use the resources we have to serve more kids, even if we can't enroll them fully, or to serve them in our,
I
after
appreciate that.
18.
I think so just a couple more questions. So, we traditional high schools, there's CTEC, there's VOAG. I personally think there's just my stance is there's a need for more CTECs or VOAGs in our state. I think because you're getting the academic education, you're getting a honed skill, and you might want to start as a carpenter, you might eventually become a plumber, electrician, or a technician. Like I said earlier, I'm old enough when I was a kid, we had a lot of those programs. We didn't have technicians, but I think it goes a long way in our society. And you know what? You might go on to college and you might not. Or you might open your own business. I have a business. Two brothers worked for me 20 years ago or so, 22 years ago. Both went to accounting school. Both got a job as an accounting firm. Michael hated it. I knew he hated it. He would come over and see me on Saturdays. I hate it. I can't stand it. He ended up opening a landscape design company. He worked with his hands. He never liked working in the office, but he had that skill because when he was a kid, besides working for me, he did a landscaping. So I just think that I think it's very simple. I think we overcomplicate things. That's just my take. I look at Ben Franklin, who had no formal education, was probably a genius, and literally no formal education. It's like, but I'm not saying you shouldn't have that, but he read. But I just think we overcomplicate everything. I think if there's a need for more students, and there is, we should look at taking a school and maybe have a wing for kids that want to just do mechanical or whatever it might be. And why not? And then other kids might say, you know what, Dave's doing that, or Irene's doing it in 8th and 7th and 8th grade. I want to do that one in 9th grade. I know it's preaching to the choir, but I just don't think it's that complicated. I really don't. So I wish you the best. You've answered a lot of questions, and I know you continue. I would love to have a report maybe next year, just for the good of this committee and our students. At the end of the day, it's about kids getting a good education and getting a job.
Absolutely.
And it makes our society a better place. So thank you for
Thank you.
stepping up. You have a wealth of knowledge and experience. And thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Gottfried, followed by Senator Hartley, followed by Senator Kushner, who's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you heard my diatribe.
I
Right.
heard it at CBI, I was there too.
Okay, so then you heard it twice. So I'm not gonna go through all of that again, but listening to what you said when you go and you talk to kids, maybe they know you're coming, right? I can tell you, like I said, I had 4 nephews go through Wyndham Tech. Not one of them left with a job offer. Not one of them. All right, one is going to Lincoln Tech so he can get qualified to become an electrician because he was told point blank, you don't have what it takes. His other 2 brothers, chefs, they went through the culinary, didn't leave with a job offer. And as you know, the youngest, he can probably tell you every Disney movie made since 1989, but he can't really tell you how to tune up a boiler. So what's your plan? And I agree with you, like they might know you're coming and, you're talking to kids who do have jobs and you're going into rooms where they are cutting hair and they're doing that. But, this is lived experience.
Mhm.
This is 4 of my nephews
Mhm.
that have experienced this at Wyndham Tech. So I am truly, truly concerned. What's your plan?
Well, and first of all, I'm really sorry to hear about that experience, even if I wasn't sitting in this seat with that purpose. That is not what the promise is of this system and what kids should come to expect and parents should come to expect. So I hope not to hear many more of those, but I'm afraid I will still hear some of those. I think the system already has a plan. It needs to live up to it. We have 32 career pathways and 11 trade areas that offer wonderful opportunity for students. We have people in the classroom ready to teach those things. And we have these employers ready on the other side, as I said. So tightening up some of these connections may be critical. Again, I think we were speaking earlier about retention. I think that part of the reason kids don't say is that it starts to lose its glamour. But I'll tell you, I was out yesterday morning in work boots with a group of kids standing out in the snow, showing me what they had done on production because they had gotten to take down somebody's chimney and rebuild it, and working with Spotless Chimney or whatever it is in Vernon. So that kind of thing inspires a kid to stay, inspires a kid to stay on, and then gives them the hands-on experience that an employer, some of these kids are hired by Spotless because they've seen their work. That's what we owe every kid who comes, whether they're in hairdressing or plumbing or anything else. I mean, that's the promise of this school system. And I think that people are up for that task. I think they have possibly been distracted by the chaos at the top, but I do think that the schools are looking for stability and focus so that they can do what they're all there to do too, which is the mission. So I think, if this, you should hold us accountable for our metrics, which are about kids getting certificates and credentials. It's about kids finishing. You should hold the system accountable for those things. And, I'll come back and report as much as you want me to on where we are today, how we're getting there. I said that I'm seeing lots of kids who are getting jobs. The most recent data is that 38% of kids walk out with a job. 35% are going on to school. There's still I'm not the accountant. There's still some math there that says we have more we can do to close that gap. So, but I think it's there. I think the work is there and the purpose is there. And these are great trades. They're industry recognized and all that stuff. We just need to live up to the promise. And I think we can do that with some focus.
I appreciate that. I would also suggest that you possibly have a direct contact line to the board. So parents who are frustrated and are contacting principals or the superintendent and aren't hearing anything back or are not being worked with, have a way to get that information to you. So it's not a matter of, hey, I'm going to, E.O. Smith on this day and all of the great and cherry things come forward and everything else gets pushed back. I think, the CTEX, there's got to be a reckoning. And like I had said in the beginning, I would love to be able to give you enough money to have every one of those kids, so not a single one of those 3,000 gets turned away because we need them, right? I look at buildings and say, could we put like a technical school here, right? So I'm itching to do that, but I just need the reassurances that these kids are actually going to be learning and being out and getting jobs and going out into the workforce immediately to help with what we see as really a great shortage. So I'm going to hold you to coming back here and giving a report. And I am planning, I'm hoping to God for nothing but the success because the CTEX have to work or Connecticut's really in trouble.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The system needs a new broom, and so far you're looking pretty good at filling that particular role, because this is such a challenge, not only for the present, but for the future, for our students. There's a couple of areas I just want to explore just a little bit. I mentioned that down in Danbury, we've got a good public school system. We've got Henry Abbott Technical School. We've got Naugatuck Valley Community College. We've got Western Connecticut State University. I'm hoping those aren't silos. I'm hoping there's chats, some kind of communication among those four institutions, so that, I think as Representative Iaccarino mentioned, that the focus is on the student and what is the student's progress through all of the opportunities that we offer here in Connecticut to get into a career.
I would agree. I have heard that there is in Danbury a little bit of commotion going on about bringing all of those folks together with people like the mayor's office and employers in the area to talk about how do we do this. And I think I want to capture something that I think you're also pointing to, which is that it's going to take a village. And we're not the best place for every single student, depending on what their interests are. So, you know, if you want to go to nursing, it's a longer path if you start with us than if you start, you know, obviously at the community colleges or the universities where you can get that degree. So I do think it's everybody coming to the table and figuring out what piece of the puzzle they can supply and what they're best able to do. And I will share that we've had initial conversations, not in Danbury yet, but we're starting conversations about dual enrollment with Connecticut State Community College, which will be great so that we can make sure. And so again, try to pull the strings of my different pieces of my career together. I'm excited about working with Connecticut State Community College on dual enrollment, but just had the conversation at Central Connecticut State University this week as well about how they could do dual enrollment and other programs with, particularly with Goodwin in their Goodwin Tech, not Goodwin University, but Goodwin Tech in their backyard. So I do think that those conversations are really critical, and we need to make sure that we're all doing the part we are best suited to do, but have a vision. And I think, I mean, our schools are very place-based and just like, you know, so we need to be part of the solution in Danbury. Sure.
That's also very refreshing. There's nothing I can think of, having been a student at one time. I just graduated from Danbury High School or from Henry Abbott Tech, and I'm going into the community college. And oh my goodness, I have to take the same courses over. And that all that involves is some coordination.
Yes.
Among the pieces, especially if you're the nursing. I guess my mother was a nurse. The nursing path is long. It's certainly worth taking, but let's not double back on that path. Let's be able to move forward. And the opportunities, for example, with Danbury Hospital and its nursing program, with Western, those are just great opportunities for the students. And I know that's kind of my priority, is what's student life going to be like? What's their path going to be like? Let me talk just a little bit about this expansion issue. I know it's pretty difficult. A lot of your campuses, there's not space around them. That's a big problem. Danbury, there is space. The city's trying to sell the primary school just next door. So be happy to go offline and talk to you. And the mayor's been pushing this very much. I understand. And hopefully it helps, because I agree with Representative Nuccio. Anybody, any student who wants to get into this system and do the vocational training and getting the education and the skills deserves a place. You shouldn't be able to get a good education in Connecticut only if you're lucky to win a lottery or get that kind of decision. So I'm looking forward very much to working with you, and come on down, let me know. We can tour together. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's great. Actually, Senator Kushner and I hope Senator Kushner is going to be able to join me. I'm going to Abbott Tech in early February for Sean Coyne talked about signing days for manufacturing. There's a signing day for hairdressing because the students need to get their apprenticeship hours. And so there are salons who are coming to sign up students for the apprenticeship in hairdressing at Abbott Tech in February. So I'm gonna be
Let me
there.
know. Happy to
I
join
sure-
you.
I sure
Thank
will.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Hartley, followed by Senator Kushner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Pritchard, first of all, I want to say thank you for your previous service. And I, for one, along with many others, are really looking forward to your leadership here on the CTEC. It's been, I think, too long that it took us to do this reorganizational right sizing, if you will. I kind of compare it to going back to some of the organizational transitions with the community technical colleges and the community colleges, where they were a separate entity with their own very strong mission and recognition, and then came under the umbrella of the entire community college system. And there was concern that we lost traction on the occupational side of that educational structure. I think that the establishment of CTEC as an individual, you talk about the fact that it's an agency, direct line to the governor. I think organizationally, we have finally got it right. And this is so very important, really, to support the mission. And I recognize that you've only been there for what, two months or so plus. And there's a lot, this coming at you. It certainly is I think, proverbial fire hose. But I will echo the comments of a lot of my colleagues, and that is this disconnect on the fact that, and if there's one thing I hear repeatedly about, the VOTEX, it's like, I can't get my kid in there. I cannot get my kid in there. Can we help, to try again sophomore year? So, there are 3,000 students who get left every year. And then we look at the census in the LEAs, and, they've been dipping. I know in my local public school system, ours are, have increased, but, generally they've either plateaued or they've cratered in some instances. So we've got that huge disconnect and then, or contradiction, if you will. And then we've got, this system that we can't accommodate enough for. I like the conversation that you're having with regard to looking at engaging with partners, connecting with the LEAs, and we don't have to have this competition, quite frankly. It's because we're all in this together. This is one mission. It's about preparing the workforce of the 21st century, and leaving no student behind. So when we can't get enough of our kids into your system, and we've got all of these seats, if you will, in the classical system, we've got to have some refining here. If it's by offering the dual enrollment, you're talking about the community colleges, that's very important. If the Meriden example that you gave, maybe that can be scaled. That's a way to introduce these kids into these specific kinds of programs. If there's ways to work remotely with, the classic LEA school population into the VOTEC, let's do that. I appreciate your comments about, you're not looking to build massive infrastructure because, if you go all across the state, you see in every community, schools that have now been turned into housing because there was no census and the populations have shifted. So I'm asking you to, and I know that you'll be doing this anyway. You talked about the fact that you've got assessments going on. I think this is a primary assessment, and it can't be done quickly, or as quickly as we would like to see it. And it's going to take some thoughtful, leadership to do this. And I feel we're in good hands, but this is so important. We've got this disconnect, this imbalance. I don't know if you want to comment, but I'm kind of waxing here.
No, well, thank you. And yeah, I would just say, I think that is the conversation that we need to be having about how can we use the resources and the assets of the tech schools to serve more. And maybe some of it's expanded enrollment, but maybe some of it is after school partnerships and other, again, thinking about expanding our adult program, opportunities for pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship and all sorts of great things. So I think you're absolutely right. And, I know that communities are also providing some of this training themselves. I know in Waterbury, there's great academies that have tried to build up in healthcare as an example. You and I worked on that years ago. But I think that we really can corner the market if we focus on what we do best and be part of a town solution and a regional solution, recognizing that some percentage of the kids are going to come to us and how do we not compete, but but see that as all a win-win for local communities.
Right, and you point out Waterbury. Yes, we have the Career Academy, and that was built exclusively because there were so many of our students that couldn't get into Caner. And that, was populated very quickly, and it continues, to be a very robust enrollment there. And once again, it's not about competing, because in that case, we still have so many more
Right.
who can't go to the Career Academy and they aren't getting into the vocational tech school. So, and this is, as you know so well, throughout the entire state. Might I just ask, so, and it's very important, and I know this exists within the system, but I'm just wondering if it needs to be scaled further, and that is industrial certifications. Such as NIMS and those kinds of things, because, we've heard testimony from our colleagues about the students who have gotten out and, they were assessed as not being job ready. When you walk out the door and you have one of the industry standard credentials attached to your diploma, that connects you and makes you so much more competitive.
Absolutely. And you're absolutely, NIMS is a great example of so 95% of our 10th to 12th graders are walking out with at least one certification, and NIMS is certainly one of those. There are some around automotive and other things. So I think that, again, our trade areas are in a unique position to give kids those certifications because of how much time they spend. 3.5 years in a trade. That's a long time to build up skills and to get those kinds of credentials. Again, those are the kinds of things that we're measuring ourselves on. And again, happy to report on how we're doing those. And industry will tell us, I assume, through our program advisory committees, if there's a new credential that they want us to make sure that students are having. And I hear those stories from communities about how they're adding new things into the curriculum. We, when I was at DAS, we were writing in, and we have some carpentry and architecture programs that are starting to write in more code training. Because as you all know, there's a large gap in the number of building officials that we have in towns that can look at buildings. And so we're trying to, again, entice, 9th and 10th graders into thinking about the fact that not just could you be a plumber, but you could be a plumbing inspector. You could be a building inspector for a town. And so we've started to talk about how to bring in the international code compliance certifications into the high school. So that should be a virtuous cycle of always bringing in new credentials that we need, and then reporting on how those are matching up for students.
Well, that's really good to hear. And lastly, I just will share with you what I kind of came across vicariously, but in visiting one of the tech schools and talking to the kids in STEM, they were talking about the fact that Chromebooks had been issued, and essentially the programming of the Chromebook was, in their view, very dated to the extent that they could not use it at all in their academic, what they needed to use it for. And they basically, said it was useless.
I will be happy to look into that. I know we give them Chromebooks. I've seen them all walking around with their Chromebooks, but they need to be, to your point, I want to make sure that they're being utilized fully to make sure kids.
Well, basically the programming in the Chromebook was so elementary that it was not meeting the needs of what their, their academic requirements were, what they needed to do.
Well, that's great feedback, and happy to take that back.
Thank you.
We'll be getting a whole new set of Chromebooks for the incoming 9th graders, so we should get that right.
Yeah, that, anyway, I thought that might
Thank
be
you, Sandra.
helpful. And congratulations to you. Look forward to working with you and supporting how we can scale this.
Great.
Thank you.
Sandra.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion, and congratulations, Dr. Pritchard. And I must say that I'm so impressed with your responses to the questions you've received today, given your short time in this position. And, I'm not surprised, because of my work with you in the past. I know you to be extremely competent and able to take on challenges. So, there's no question that we're very fortunate to have this nomination before us, and that's my view on it. I do want to The others have asked you many, many questions. I just want to reinforce a couple of things about Danbury, and Representative Godfrey has said a great deal, but we are so fortunate to have Abbott Tech in our community, and we do have a very long waiting list. We are moving toward starting next fall, Career Academies curriculum for our entire high school population, which, as you know, is the largest high school in the state of Connecticut, and we have a growing population with many needs. And so I think the potential for coordination between Abbott Tech and the Danbury High School will be really important, and hopefully there will be new opportunities for both schools. Representative Godfrey mentioned Haystown Public School, which adjoins the property of Abbott Tech. And while I don't think the city is ready to sell it, I know we have had conversations about an opportunity there potentially to add on to the Abbott Tech campus and add classrooms. And so assessments that you've talked about into which areas of training and of the trades would be most helpful, that would be important guidance for us to have in pursuing any plans like that with the state. So I'm really excited to hear you talk about that. And finally, I just want to say that we are very fortunate in the General Assembly to have a state representative from Danbury, Representative Santos, who's a graduate of Abbott Tech, and he got his training and his education in carpentry, went on to work in banking, and now is a state rep. And so, you know, we're very high on Abbott Tech and the opportunities that it offers the kids in our community, and look forward to stabilizing the system and growing the system so that more kids can have that opportunity. And if there's anyone that can do it, I'm pretty confident it's you. So thank you so much, and I look forward to voting on your nomination.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn, followed by Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Dr. Pritchard. Good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Just one question that I don't think we've touched on. Again, going back to my Lyman Hall days, Wilcox ran a satellite automotive program at Lyman Hall. I know it doesn't exist anymore, but perhaps is that a way to resolve the shortage of student positions rather than us coming up with the money to build 19 more schools?
Possibly. So I don't know that relationship is still there. I do
I
know
don't
from
think
just
so.
visiting Wilcox's automotive program that it is exciting and full of students. So I do think we're gonna have to think creatively about, you know, again, if there is a after school program as an example, what are the things that the LEA can't do? And automotive might be a very good example. And so, you know, rather than duplicating what's going on, thinking about where might be some of the unique opportunities for us to add, you know, again, add more students into that. But I think those kinds of partnerships are really important. But also to your, you know, Lyman Hall VOAG example, you know, we do have schools that are looking at some of the, you know, environmental and other areas too that could benefit from partnership with the LEA or with a private school as well. So yeah, I think we just, you know, when you're in the throes of this stuff, it's got to be really hard to you know, be strategic and be thinking about who would I like to reach out to today when I've got papers to grade and a full classroom full of kids. So that's part of what I think my job is to be a strategic partner and to identify great opportunities for the system to pursue that we can implement. I want to make sure we don't overpromise as well, but those partnerships are going to be vital to everyone's success, not just ours.
Great. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your nomination. And I look forward to working with you as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haynes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Very nice to meet you, and I look forward to voting on your nomination. I'm not going to even ask you a question, but I'm going to offer up that there's this great building in East Haddam, Connecticut that is looking for tenants, and I would love to have a technical school there. We have a lot of technical programs within our high school, and it's within walking distance of the kids, and they can walk right over. And this is one of the things that I've actually talked to the owners about, is to put a technical school in there. And we were looking at a manufacturer, a metal fabricator that was going to come in possibly and move in. And I was going to talk to him about partnering with somebody in the state to put a technical school in, and that way they could go right into the manufacturing company right next door. So we'll talk offline, but
That's-
congratulations. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Check Zoom. Don't see any hands up. So before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
very
with us this morning. All right, moving again right along. We're going to go back down. This is item number 5 on the agenda. This is a Senate joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Gaffney J. Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority. Good morning, or
Good
afternoon now.
afternoon.
Yeah.
It's a rather sad day for the country with that. plane
Yes,
crash.
absolutely. If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Wonderful. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee of the General Assembly. My name is Gaffney J. Fesco, and I am honored to be nominated to serve on the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. Governor Lamont has granted me the privilege of his nomination to the CPA board pending your confirmation today. I was originally appointed in interim by Governor Lamont to the board in October of 2023. I appreciate his confidence in me, and I hope to earn yours as well. My background is in the private sector in international banking, trade finance, foreign exchange, capital markets, for Fortune 500 corporate management, the railroad industry, the maritime industry, executive search, and management consulting. The advantage of being elderly is you get to squeeze a lot in and then offer it back. With your confirmation during this legislative session for a full-term appointment, I look forward to building on my experience on the board of directors of the CPA to help guide the authority through both challenges and opportunities ahead. This past year has been a significant one for the Connecticut Port Authority, and I would like to highlight briefly some of the accomplishments achieved during this time. First, we strengthened finances. The Port Authority finances were not only stabilized, but are now on a very firm footing, as attested to by our clean auditor's report by Cohn-Resnick. 2, advanced infrastructure projects. Construction of the New London State Pier reached completion with ongoing effort, near completion, with ongoing efforts to address and remediate recently identified construction issues. 3, leadership transition. I served on the search committee that successfully identified and hired Michael O'Connor as our new executive director. And finally, 4, small harbor improvements. Grants under the Small Harbor Improvement Projects, SHIP, continued to be distributed, providing critical infrastructure improvements to small harbors along the entire Connecticut coastline. Looking ahead, I believe the Connecticut Port Authority is well positioned to adapt to an evolving economic and political environment. With a shift in federal priorities regarding offshore wind projects, I strongly believe the Port Authority must pivot to increase bulk, break bulk, and general cargo throughput at the state pier while maintaining the ongoing offshore wind assembly and maintenance operations. This will require first reestablishing rail access. In collaboration with our port management contractor Gateway Terminals, direct rail access to the pier via existing NECRR line must be fully restored to support increased cargo operations. Also, improvement of warehouse facilities at the pier, and if possible, increase of acreage at the pier for storage capability. Secondly, fostering cooperation. The authority should deepen its collaboration with municipally owned and operated ports of New Haven and Bridgeport to maximize those facilities' capabilities and capacities. Also work with the Connecticut Office of Tourism to market Connecticut ports to cruise ship lines to increase calls on Connecticut's deep water ports. These measures will drive economic activity and create employment opportunities for Connecticut ensuring that the Port Authority continues to serve as a vital engine for the economic growth of our state. Additionally, I believe the Port Authority should strengthen its outreach to the recreational maritime community, the fishing industry, and the various environmental interests with such organizations as Save the Sound. Finally, although for perhaps a moonshot, we should explore the adaptability of Connecticut's deepwater ports to accept container ships, which we do not currently do. As a member of the Board of Directors, I am committed to working closely with my fellow board members, the authority's executive director, the state legislature, and the governor's office to achieve these goals. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your willingness to serve. I really don't have a lot of questions. I know you've served for about a year.
A little over a year, yes.
At this point, and you kind of touched upon this during your testimony. But in that year plus, what are some of the biggest challenges you see in the Port Authority, kind of moving forward for this year?
Well, I certainly think we have to complete our construction of the state pier, and we're currently in negotiation with remedial issues with our contractor Kiewit to finally rectify certain issues that were identified that need to be corrected. And when that's finally done, then we can happily say the state pier is done in an operating position, which it certainly is already. And then secondly, I would say, with the incoming federal administration and its attitude towards offshore wind, the state pier was constructed largely in mind as an assembly and construction point and a shipping point for wind turbines, and the wind turbines that are in operation and have been approved and will continue to be put in operation, irrespective of the federal government's attitude. But nevertheless, having said that, there seems to be a sea change, if you pardon the expression, in the attitude towards offshore wind, which I think gives us the challenge and opportunity in London to pivot into accepting much more general cargo and bulk and breakbulk cargo into the pier. The problem I hear from shipping companies is that while Connecticut does an awful lot of importing, it doesn't do an awful lot of exporting. So if you're a shipper or ship owner, you want to balance that better than we're currently doing in Connecticut. Excuse me. And I would say that that is a challenge that I would look forward to addressing with the board and with the management of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Again, just one quick comment. I've been chair of the committee for a couple of years now. We've had several members of the Port Authority come in front of us, but I think this is the first time anyone's ever tied the Port Authority with the Office of Tourism, which I think is an incredible thing. I think you're spot on. I think we undervalue ourselves a little bit when it comes to the Port Authority. So just wanted to thank you for kind of tying those two things in, because certainly the Port Authority is, and the ports that we have here in the state of Connecticut are an incredible asset here for the state. So thank you for kind of tying those two things together.
Thank you, sir.
I'll turn it over to Representative Yacarino. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon and congratulations on your nomination. Mr. Fesco, just wanted to ask you a little bit more along the lines of, as you pointed out in your testimony, that we're now seeing with the new Trump administration change in policy that the primary purpose for which we're pursuing development at the port and at the pier was in anticipation of support for the creation of the large wind turbines, and that would be the staging area for them and all of that, and that now we have to be able to pivot to other uses, to general cargo and things like that. Now, do you see, is because of that and that somewhat unforeseen development and pivot, is there a lot more in the way of expenditures, capital purposes, retooling or rebuilding that's going to be necessary to pursue that alternate goal instead of the one that the pier was originally being constructed to be supportive of?
Senator, there is, in my opinion, and this is my opinion and not the opinion of the board or the management, all of this is my opinion, we certainly have to extend our railhead which currently ends at the beginning of the acreage of the state pier
Mhm.
into the state pier. Previously, the state pier did accommodate I believe it was 2 rail lines in the 2 piers that went out to the state pier, which have now been filled in to create 1 pier. We do receive income from New England Central Railroad, which is a division of Genesee and Wyoming Railroad, for the privilege of coming into the pier, but there's no activity.
Mhm.
So we really, in my mind, a port isn't a port unless it has a railhead, a rail
Mhm.
connection. And although it's there, it's right at our doorstep. We have to work with the railroad to develop the trackage into the pier itself. That can't be done, as I'm given to understand, until we remediate some of these construction issues with Kiewit, which we are in the process of negotiating at the present time. But certainly within, if I'm fortunate enough by this committee and the legislature to be confirmed, this is something I would be working with the railroad, given my background in the rail industry, to make sure this happens.
Thank you. And again, if we do that, while this federal policy has shifted, that would be something that would be useful to us, even if future federal policy shifts back towards supporting the wind turbines.
Indeed so. We are currently, if not the only, one of the very few ports that are capable of assembling wind turbines and sending them back out into their positioning. That's not going to go away.
Mhm.
We have an enormous crane at the state pier. I don't know if any of you have actually been to the state pier to see this, which can lift, I believe, I might have the engineering metrics wrong, but I think it's 5,000 pounds per square foot of cargo. Container cranes lift 1,000 pounds per square foot. So we've got 1,000 pounds plus 5 times that to lift other cargoes into the Port of New London.
Good. Well, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Senator, Representative Yacarino, followed by Senator Berthel, who's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fesco, for stepping up. We spoke a little earlier. Just a couple of questions about the state pier, then some of the other the ports we have in Connecticut. You did mention, Senator Looney mentioned the federal government, but there are private, like Avangrid. I was reading yesterday about them. They are expanding their wind turbines. That won't stop them. Whatever federal policy is happening, I don't think that will stop them. Is that correct?
That is my understanding as well. There are contracts which are in existence, which will be fulfilled and which will be, my understanding is, and I could be wrong on this, give us activity for about another 2 years,
Right.
irrespective of the federal policy.
Exactly. I was just doing research because I serve in energy and I have to go there soon. And so something I want to educate myself on, because I'm a big proponent of nuclear, natural gas. But when I'm looking at a company like Avangrid, who their portfolio is going to go partially to wind turbines, I think it's a good thing because they have the experience in other countries. And so something that I think, so that I don't believe it will stop. It might slow the federal side down, but the good thing about our country is usually there's a different administration. You'd like to have cohesiveness, and unfortunately nowadays we don't have that exact cohesiveness, but I think we will still continue with the wind. I look at, like, I'm North Haven near New Haven. We have a good port, a good harbor there. We have a lot of oil tankers that come in. It's not a really deep port though for anything else. I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Well, my understanding is that we do have, or New Haven has, and the Port Authority does not manage or
Private.
operate the Port Authority of New Haven. That is a municipally managed, but I do know the executive director, Sally Krause, pretty well, and she's doing an excellent job there. The New Haven Port currently, and for some time, is capable of taking in significant deadweight tonnage in tankers and in bulk ships as well. It's pretty, and it's a strategic oil reserve or petroleum reserve for the government. And I think I heard a statistic that It is the largest liquid importer of energy, that is gas and petroleum products, into New England, which, goes all the way from Boston down to the Port Authority of New York.
My nephew works there, so that's.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Well, I mean, he's his husband, he's, ABL, but, so then you look at tourism, which I think we could utilize more either to New London, going throughout to the other New England states, or even Bridgeport, Bridgeport Harbor, folks from Long Island or the city coming to Connecticut to, spend days, weekends or weeks in Connecticut. Will you look at, I know we have a lot of extensive background, so hopefully the whole group looks at expanding our tourism somewhat. Two more questions. Federal dollars, with or without, with whatever, excuse me, no matter what the administration is or who it is, you'll seek grants for federal projects through our state peer or other peers? Like seeking grants, federal funds.
Yes, I believe so. I don't believe to this point we have, but we're filling out under our new executive director, the administrative staff at the Port Authority. And one of the things that has been discussed is looking into grants from the federal authorities and also from the state to the extent possible. So the answer is yes, sir.
Any projects in mind besides the state peer for that, or?
Well, again, currently the Port Authority's attention has been focused on the state pier. As I mentioned earlier, and as you all know, we do not operate or manage the Port of Bridgeport or the Port of New Haven, but we work very closely with both mayors of the 3 deepwater ports are ex officio on the board of the Port Authority, and they have nominated their nominees to appear at our meetings. And we work very closely with those nominees, Tom Gill in Bridgeport, for example, and Mayor Passaro nominee Felix Reyes in New London, and as I mentioned, Sally Krause in New Haven. So yes, we will be looking into this.
I appreciate your stepping up. I know you've been on for about a year and a half, but it took this long to get the confirmation. I plan on supporting you. I think obviously you bring a wealth of experience. I would think our ports overall are pretty healthy in Connecticut.
Yes, they are. I must say, interestingly, it was pointed out to me, we're one of the few states that our 3 deepwater ports have absolutely no ingress or egress obstructions. That is to say, no overarching bridges to impede shipping coming in or out. It's a free access in all of our ports, deepwater ports, Bridgeport, New Haven, and New London. So we're fortunate in that aspect, and I think we need to market that better.
Thank you so much.
Given what had happened in Baltimore
Exactly.
a year ago.
Tragic, but you're right. Yeah. But thank you for stepping up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Berthel.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fesco, congratulations on your formal appointment. I know it's been a long time coming, if you will. You and I have exchanged many emails and greetings from Litchfield County. I'm home today. I'm not feeling well, but I appreciate the comments that you have shared regarding your background. Clearly, you are somewhat visionary with respect to what can be done with the state peer. I enjoyed listening to your dialogue as well and the questioning from a moment ago from Senator Looney regarding having to change direction, if you will, in response to federal policy. I also appreciate your comments regarding the importance of the railhead at a functioning and meaningful railhead at the pier. You made a comment a moment ago regarding imports and exports, and that we import many things into Connecticut through the pier, but we don't do a good job with respect to exports. I'm wondering if you might be able to help us understand perhaps what the barriers are to having the port be one that is known for exports versus just imports.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Again, my own opinion. I don't think we've done a particularly good job of marketing Connecticut ports as for export opportunity to Connecticut manufacturers and even regional manufacturers beyond Connecticut in New England. And I know that our new executive director, Michael O'Connor, is a member of the CBIA. And our first line of attack is to approach the CBIA through Mr. O'Connor to, if I can put it this way, educate them to market Connecticut's ports as an export vehicle for products exported from Connecticut. I know that there are, if you look at Pratt & Whitney and several of the other manufacturers, there are large components being exported from the state. And I can't think of or see any reason why they can't use Connecticut ports more effectively for that purpose. And we'll
Okay,
be
thank you.
that
Oh,
on-
I'm sorry. Were you through? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that that makes good sense. And again, speaks to your extensive background with regard to business and other items related to this kind of work. Certainly, the state should always look to see if there's ways that we can partner with the many fine businesses. You mentioned aerospace. You know, we do have one of the largest secondary and tertiary aerospace markets in the nation here in Connecticut. To me, it seems logical that there would be a good reason to use this port and to have it be a potential source of revenue back to the state of Connecticut. Excuse me. I have one other question for you. I'm not sure if you are able to answer it, but I'm guessing you might have some vision as to how this could work. I do recall a time in the not so distant past when some of those these big cruise lines that operate out of the Port of New York, whether they're on the Hudson River or across in Liberty in New Jersey. But some of those cruise lines used to include New London as one of the stops on a 7-day cruise. And of course, you have now these ships are gigantic. They used to carry 2,000 or 3,000 passengers. Now some of them go to 6,000 or 7,000 passengers. Having that many people arrive in Connecticut, in New London, to take in our beautiful maritime history and to visit Mystic Seaport certainly would go a long way to helping some of what we know has been a long-term economic downturn in southeastern Connecticut. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts as to how we might re-entice those big cruise lines to come back to Connecticut.
Well, you point out a very interesting aspect of it, and that would be those enormous ships, which are carrying lots and lots of passengers. It is a logistical issue of how do you get them off the ship and to points of interest in Connecticut. Senator, you mentioned Mystic and London, but the maritime history of New London. But I would also go and extend that to the casinos. I would extend it particularly to the city of New Haven with its world-class museums. The Yale museums are fabulous and are not marketed all that well, but I'm always stunned when I go to those museums to see the quality of the artwork and the pictures there. And that could be an attraction for cruise ship operators to market their passengers. And again, I think we need to work with the Connecticut Tourism Authority Commission to work in partnership with them to do that.
Okay, so if I may, just quickly, Mr. Chairman, a couple of follow-up comments with regard to that. I agree, and I didn't think of our great tribal nations and the fact that they are in large part a large part of the tourism that occurs in that part of Connecticut. You mentioned the ability, or perhaps if I misunderstood, the lack of ability right now to actually get passengers off of those really giant cruise ships now. Is that something that we would need to make an investment in to accommodate? Is that something that the cruise lines partner with the state to make sure we can get their passengers off? How does that work? And is it something that would require extensive amounts of time to plan and execute?
Yes, sir. I do think that there is a logistical challenge here that must be met if we want to achieve the goal of creating Connecticut as a tourism magnet for cruise ship passengers. I think yes, we will need to expand our capability of bringing in buses or other forms of transport to actually convey passengers from ships to our state's wonderful tourist opportunities. But before spending the money on it, I think we've got to study it and determine how much of an interest on behalf of the cruise ship lines there is to increase callings in Connecticut ports. And secondly, then once we have a handle on that, take that information and figure out what we need to do to logistically transport cruise ship passengers, not only from the ships, but then back to the ships again when their port of call time is expired.
Ms. Fresco, thank you so much for the answers to my questions. I look forward to supporting your nomination today, and I'm glad that after your initial appointment and now your full-term appointment that hopefully we will find our way to confirm you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Godfrey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations. Before I just have one small piece of inquiry, but I'm wearing Fordham marooned today. Go Rams. So that's a big plus in your favor. My dad was a railroad brakeman. His dad was a railroad engineer. I bemoaned for some 50 years the loss of the Poughkeepsie River, the Poughkeepsie Bridge over the Hudson River about getting freight into Connecticut. But I'm interested because you're also have the New England Central in your resume. And we talked a little bit about the state pier. The big change for the better in freight in the last 25, 30 years has been intermodal transportation, has been container. Do all of the ports have railroad? Do the ports have regular railroad access so they can be intermodal points or not? I don't know.
The only port that currently does is New Haven. And in fact, Sally Krause is the executive director there, is increasing the railhead capacity at New Haven with increased rail lines going there. The port of Bridgeport, which used to be a major industrial center, does not have any rail connection whatsoever currently.
Wow.
And that's a terrible impediment. The port of New London, as we mentioned, the rail line stops at the doorstep, and we need to remediate that. But these are railheads are a big issue because you don't have a port unless you have a railhead.
Thank you. That's interesting. I hope we can get those rail lines down to the docks.
Well, we have to cooperate with the private sector railroads.
Of course.
And they have the same issue, I've been told, that the shipping lines do. So it's fine. We can take product out, but there's not a lot of product coming in, and there's an imbalance there.
Running too many
We have
empties.
to work somehow in the Port Authority with all these agencies, private sector and public sector, to correct that imbalance.
I'm most familiar with Housatonic Railroad in the western part of Connecticut. That's actually it was the New Haven. That's
Yes, I know
my
well.
dad ran freight up there to Pittsfield.
Yes.
And there's still use there. Interesting enough, carrying stone to New York City, which is kind of befuddling. But I'd be happy to talk to my friends on the Transportation Committee to see what we can do with the rail lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Again, just check Zoom. Seeing no hands up, we do have one last question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
Not of which I'm aware.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time with us this morning. Congratulations.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we do have one member from the public for the public hearing. So I will call up Paul Angelucci. Good morning, sir, or afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, good afternoon, members of Executive Legislative Nomination Committee. My name is Paul Angelucci. I've submitted testimony. I won't read it. I did want to come today, make it a point, actually, to come today and stand in support of Dr. Pritchard as Executive Director. I'll give you my history. I am a product of, I've been involved with CTEX for over 4 decades. And so I was a plumbing student at Bullet Havens in Bridgeport. I went on in the plumbing trade for 25 years. I owned Nutmeg Fire Protection and plumbing in the greater Bridgeport area. After that, I was a plumbing heating department head. I taught at Wilcox, Eli Whitney, and Caner in our district for a little over 10 years. And I've been a union officer for 9 years now in total, 3 years as president, 6 years as vice president. So I've had a front row seat as to the goings on of CTEX management for a long time. And, you know, no offense to friends, but I always say outside of my family, there's nothing I love more than the CTEX VOTEC, we call it, but the system itself. So in the few months that I've been in this position, I've had the opportunity to work with Dr. Pritchard. I've had a number of meetings with her, and I'm very pleased with her outlook, her know-how, what she brings from her previous positions. And, you know, we look forward to working with her. I was the architect of the vote of no confidence on the last executive director. I led the coalition of unions to right the ship, and I believe we're here today righting that ship in one of the first moments. And the things she focuses on are the most important things, and some of them are appointment of a CFO, getting a permanent superintendent. You know, I was very frustrated for the last 2 years because when we became our own agency, you know, those first 2 years were like the testing grounds for funding appropriations and good records weren't being kept. So here we are, I would say, as a new agency, even though we're 2 years old, we have a very murky, you know, track record to date. She mentioned our special education. It has doubled in 4 years, but our staffing hasn't. I've heard today about, you know, it's horrible when I hear it, but I see it because I was a shop teacher. You know, her nephew's watching Disney, and a couple of years ago, I've given legislation on the red line positions. You know, it's so critical to fill the shop positions when they become empty. It's not like an English teacher. You know, your child's English teacher is out for 3 months. Your child doesn't have an English teacher for 50 minutes a day, but he's in the other subjects. You come to shop, that child has me for 6 periods, for 7 hours. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that need work, but I think she's going to focus on them. So I thank you. I'd like to open up to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you spending the entire time with us today. So it surely shows your support for the nominee. Are there any questions from committee members? No questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate again the time you spent with us today.
Thank you very much.
All right, with no other items on the agenda, we will move to adjourn the public hearing portion of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee and go straight to the actual committee meeting. Mr. Clerk, just let me know when you're ready. Good. All right, so I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Thursday, January 30th, 2025 to order. We have 3 items on the agenda. First one is a House resolution for review. This is the appointment of Dr. Alice Pritchard of Bolton to be the Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career Systems. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Yacarino. Any discussions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Concepcion,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Yakarino, Pacino, Gresco,
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk?
yes,
Yep, Representative Fazino votes yes.
thank you. Representative Gresco,
Gresco votes yes.
Haynes, Linehan, Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Rutigliano,
I'm here. Rep. Retigliano votes yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
and Representative Scott.
All right, we will hold the votes open to 3:30 today. Next item on the agenda, we have a House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Sean Coyne of East Hampton to be on the Board of Connecticut Technical Education and Career Systems. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Haynes. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff, Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Yakarino, Pacino,
Representative Fazino votes yes.
Bonferra, Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Linehan,
Linehan votes yes.
Martin, Nuccio,
Nuccio votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Rutigliano,
Rep. Retigliano votes yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Scott, and Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last item on the agenda, this is a Senate Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Gaffney Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. Is there a motion?
So moved, Senator Berthel.
Motion made by Senator Looney. Is there a second?
Second, Senator Berthel.
Seconded by Senator Berthel. Any comments, questions, discussion? Nope. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff, Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney, Godfrey,
Yes.
Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Yakarino, Pacino,
Representative Fazino votes yes.
Bonferra,
Wait.
Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Linehan,
Linehan votes yes.
Martin, Nuccio,
Oh my God, that was way too difficult. Nuccio votes yes.
I love technology.
Quinn?
When it works.
Yes.
Rutigliano,
Rep. Retigliano votes yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Scott, and Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
All right. Well, that does it for today's committee meeting. We have our next scheduled meeting is next Thursday, February 6th, 11 o'clock, same location. Yep. And we will hold votes open to 3:30. So with that, we will be in recess. In recess till 3:30.
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk. Dean, are you there? I think I owe you a vote, sir. I'll try back again. Thanks.
Hey, Senator, it's Dean. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hey, Dean, I got to see your face.
I don't think anybody wants that.
All right.
So I've got two here. One was just a House resolution, so that's why I'm not asking you to vote for that one. So the two votes that I have for you are the resolution confirming the nomination of Sean Coyne of East Hampton Board of Connecticut Technical Education and Career System.
I'm assuming everybody voted yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the second one is a Senate Joint Resolution confirming the nomination of Gaffney Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority.
Everybody a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Who's that last guy?
That would be Gaffney Fesco.
Oh yeah, I read his resume. Holy cow.
Yeah, impressive.
Very, extremely impressive. Yeah. Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Julie.
How are you?
Okay, so I've got two for you. One with just a House resolution, so that doesn't apply. So the two are, first being the House Joint Resolution confirming the nomination of Sean Coyne of East Hampton to be on the board for the Connecticut Technical Education Career System.
I vote yes.
Thank you very much. And the second one is a Senate Joint Resolution confirming the nomination of Gaffney Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
And I'll vote yes on that one too.
Great, thank you very much.
So we didn't vote on Alice Pritchard?
Under the joint rules, no, because it's
a House resolution.
House resolution only.
Okay. Well, I misspoke then when I said I look forward to voting for you. I think, well, it still will come to the Senate eventually, right?
No.
No?
It just goes
Then
through
I don't
the
get to
House.
vote for her at all.
No.
Well, she's great.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, she's a good person. She'll
Yeah.
be good.
Hmm.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, Senator. Hi, how are you? Good. How are you, sir? Good, thanks. I am a yes on everything. Okay. So both, just to confirm, just for Sean Coyne of East Hampton for the CTEX and, Yes. okay, thank you. And Gaffney Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Port Authority. Yes. Yes, just to let you know, the other item was a House resolution only, as it were. Okay, so they don't even want my vote on that one. No. All All right. right. Thanks so Appreciate it. much. Thank you. Sure Bye-bye. thing. Take care. Bye. Hey, Dean. Representative, sorry about that. No, you're totally fine. It's me coming on here. Just want to get your attention because I'm sure you weren't constantly looking at the screen. So I appreciate it. And I also appreciate you reaching out to my LA. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, being ranking on housing, it just really, as you know, housing is a pretty crazy committee. So we had informational hearing, then we had another committee meeting, and we have screening. So like all day, that's all I'm doing is just doing housing. So I appreciate you keeping me in the loop and make sure I get my votes in. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a lot. Housing is going to be a busy place, I think, this year. Yeah, yeah. It was the last time. I was 2 years now. Last term I was the ranking, and now again. So I know I'm prepared for it. It's just still a lot. Yeah, exactly. I'm prepared to vote on the three folks today. All right. So the first one is the House resolution confirming the nomination of Dr. Alice Pritchard of Bolton to be the Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System. And I am in support, so I'm a yes. Great, thank you. The next one is the House Joint Resolution confirming the nomination of Sean Coyne of East Hampton to be on the board of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System. I'm in support. I'm a yes there too. Thank you. The last one is a Senate Joint Resolution confirming the nomination of Gaffney Fesco of Woodbury to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. Great, and I'm also a yes there also. Great, thank you very much. Thank you. And then the next meeting is going to be Thursday of next week? Yes, the 6th at 11 a.m. and 1A.
Okay, I hope I can attend more. I was there for like 45 minutes, but I hope I can attend more.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you for the packets. That's great. It gives me a ton of information. I can go through the night before. I always go through it, make my notes, and then if I can attend, I will attend. But I do appreciate the packet.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Dean. Appreciate it. Take care.
Take care.